Ah, I didn't realize we were going to start with the hard questions. Uh, greetings. I'm Jim. Uh, I use he,
Wait,
him
wait,
pronouns.
that Jim?
Yes, I am, in fact, that Jim, I'm afraid. Yes, just so everyone's aware. Alas, you found me. Uh, I am also Other Doc on various places online and on Twitch and what have you. And this is my first time on this channel, and I'm very pleased to be here. Yay.
I am Trooper SJP, and you are to my left, which means if I want to point to you, I believe I have to point to my right in order for that to actually work, because of shenanigans. I don't know if I'll ever get used to mirroring. Who am I? No one knows. It's unclear. Who is anyone? Who are we? I theoretically am Trooper SJP, and this is not my first time on PB Plays Inside's channel, but I love it. PB Plays. This is where we're supposed to say something about ourselves. So what I'm going to say is PB Plays Inside is an amazing artist, is really creative, has done all the art for this, and every time PB Plays Inside does one of these game nights, she does something new and challenges herself and expands knowledge, not just for herself, but also for everyone else that she's playing with, including me. And it is always a great honor to play with somebody so creative, so interesting, so kind, and also such a fun person to play with. So that's me. Ooh. I was there once. Feel like somebody's met me before. Go on. It's our job.
Yeah.
We're just
Yeah.
playing. I'll volunteer. So we have four active locations, and we should do like a little cold open scene for each one of those locations. And I'm gonna pick um, Bright. I will pick the Brightwater Sailing Club. Um, so it's the Brightwater Sailing Club, and this is more or less sort of like imagine it's like the our version of a country club in this small mountain lake town. It's not like there's a this small town, but there's this sailing club that was founded in 2001, and it has grown, and it is where all of the sort of very wealthy and influential people come, but most of them are not from here. So people with money and yachts sort of come in here for the yearly regatta and I suppose they bring in money, but also they just mess up everything all the time. But it is this sort of really sort of like I imagine one of the older houses, like one of the older sort of like 19th century kind of mansions that has been sort of turned and expanded into this um, sailing club, and with a lot of like dark wood, really fine, really nice sorts of places, and inside there is like a we're in a room inside the sailing club that's got like a green felted poker table, like one of those really expensive poker tables with green felt on it, and it's got like all the sort of um, accoutrement for sort of wealth, like dark leather stuffed chairs, right, and like a bar with like cognac and things like that, and like a whole like brandy snifters and a man walks over to this box that has got cigars, um, and he looks up and he turns to face a woman, and both of them are dressed in very expensive clothes, but it's the early day, so it's like it's not like it's evening time, but it's still kind of smoky in here. And the fellow turns to the woman and he says, "Do you think that they'll sell the cabin?" And she says, "I don't know, but we can make them if they say no." And he says, "Good. We need that land." That's mine.
Sure. I wasn't sure what the boundaries of this cold open were, but now that I know them, uh,
I just,
I
look,
have
it just says that they're supposed to
yeah,
like hint at the supernatural, be a little bit creepy, give a sense of like what's
yeah,
going on in the town. That's what I got.
yeah, yeah. So I think that we're seeing we have a drone shot that where we will sort of pan from the lake, just um, sort of up the cliffs, up the trail. We see a certain amount of wilderness, and we're sort of following at a great height this sort of winding trail that goes through, um, and we see a certain amount of see a certain amount of wildlife, just sort of as it goes down, just sort of through between the various between the various spruces and pines and cottonwoods, and and we you see a few um, you see a few just sort of uh, very very briefly. You think you see what looks like maybe the home of a black bear, as it's sort of just very slowly loping towards it, uh, as as though preparing for the winter. Uh, and as we go further, we go back sort of onto the trail, and as we're actually just a little bit above the trail, we see that there's sort of this kind of almost canopy of trees that we're coming under, and we see these two people out hiking the trail, um, who have gone off, who have just who are just coming back onto it from a little side trail. A lot of these, you'll have the main trail, which is where you're supposed to walk, and then you sometimes will have this trail that's like more sort of gravelly or more just dirt that's narrower and goes through, directly sort of through things like bushes and low hanging branches and things like that can whack you in the eye if you're not careful. Sort of bugs zooming around, and these folks, they're probably it's I'm gonna say this is probably a couple of indeterminate age,
Mm.
possibly their 30s, possibly a different age. We're not sure yet. We can't see them terribly well. We're somewhat distant as they're coming out, and they kind of one of them is kind of like just sort of swatting the flies away, and the other one's sort of coming out and looking at a map and looking around, looking back and forth, and then goes and looks back. The other one just sort of starts, it seems to be just sort of happily now going back on the main trail and looking around. And the one that's probably the woman who's coming out holding the map, behind the man who is off and going around the corner, and you hear vaguely someone saying, "Hey, wait," uh, and he's like, "What the?" And you sort of vaguely hear distantly the woman say, "Stop! Wait!" And the guy says, "No, it's fine." You can sort of hear his voice, and she's like, "No, wait, we've been here before. That doesn't make sense." She's looking at the map, and she's coming back around. She goes, she quickly sort of goes around the bend and to try to catch up with him, and he's not there. But as she sort of looks, it's like, sort of looks back and forth. It's like, no, this is, hey, and you hear nothing. And she just sort of looks around bewildered. And she turns, and she just sort of is looking around and sees what looks like the start of another of those side gravel paths, and she just starts to go up it, looking around for the person who was with her, who appears to have disappeared.
Mm-hmm. 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 It is creepy. I love it. I'll take the next one. I'll go with the active location, Historical Records and Curiosities, which is a little picture postcard shop that's on the little main street of this very small town of Asher's Ridge. And it has this large window filled with old maps and historical paraphernalia about Asher's Ridge. And there's just like all these shelves of old newspapers. The person who runs it, Albert Greenwich, is like an older gentleman, like with a tweed jacket and elbow patches, and he used to be he's a retired librarian who just collects anything and everything. And there's, I mean, if it's like ledgers of the families that used to live here in the past centuries, anything that people donated, it's like postcards, obviously. It's like part tourist trap, part museum. And Albert Greenwich is in this shop and he's drinking some tea, and the shop is sort of empty. It's still really early in the morning. He always opens up. I mean, he lives above the shop, so he's almost always there. And the door opens, and a fisherman comes in and goes, "Hey, uh, Albert, I thought you might want this. I found it when I got caught in the nets when I was fishing." And he hands over this small idol that's made of like it's carved, but it's sort of, a lot of the details sort of worn from being in the water for so long, and it's got like moss on it. It seems to be some kind of granite, perhaps carving, rough hewn. It seems to be of some sort of, it's unclear what it is. Maybe some sort of whale or dolphin or with tentacles. It's unclear what it is. Some kind of strange little figure. And he says, the fisherman says, "Yeah, I thought you might want it. You collect these things, right?" And Albert looks at it and goes, "Not again. Not again."
Well, I finally went back and found the list of active locations. Uh, so, as so looking at the looking at what we have, um, hmm, yeah, I think I'll do the I think I'll do the log cabin.
Mm,
Um,
mhm,
this is and this is it's a small wooden building off the beaten path with minimal facilities. Um, it's one of a small handful, I think, of cabins that are like that out here. Um, this one, again, you can see that it has a that small chimney peeking above the sort of a moss-covered felt roof. Um, two single glazed windows that look fairly hollow. It looks like it's been abandoned for some time, but as it's just this basically this shot from a distance of seeing this place and just hearing the sounds of nature, and for just a brief moment you hear what sounds like kind of a I think you're gonna. I'm torn between two possible things, but I'll to make this as yeah, as weird as possible. Um, I think yeah, you hear a the sound of something breaking. Um, it's like um, so it's like something sort of metallic bending and thudding
mm.
onto the ground. And after a moment, We hear, for just a brief moment, it sounds like it could be footfalls of some kind approaching, but then
Hmm.
that sound is overtaken by the sound of, from by the cabin, this old petrol generator. We hear this old petrol generator start up, drowning out whatever it is that we're hearing. We're not clear on what it is.
Mm. Mhm. Mhm. I imagine this is when the credits start, like you get the atmospheric music starts, and then we start getting like all the sort of beautiful images of like cute, safe towns, ba-da-da, and like, oh, forests, ba-da-da, cabins, ba-da-da-da-da, right? And then like somebody hauling like a little like fishing, and it's all very, and then Asher's Ridge. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Okay. Yes. Sorry. I'm just gonna say yes on that one. Hard yes.
It's just the same three notes over and over again. So speeding up, slowing down.
So it's yeah. So the intros can be in any location, right? Not just the for active. Um, Again, these little quick ones. I have a quick one for me that I think I could do. Uh, this would be the doctor's office. Like there is a doctor's office in Asher's Ridge, and you see you probably like the camera pans in across the doctor's office, and the doctor's office itself is one of these things that holds more than one function, right? It is a doctor's office, but also there are some the cooling racks. It's also a morgue. It's like doctor's office slash morgue. It's pretty much where all the medical things happen in this very small town. And as the camera pans across, you can hear a voice before you can see the person, and it's a voice of a man saying, "Look, I don't see why I've not been allowed into the sailing club. I'm the doctor, for heaven's sake." And as the camera pans, you see a man about like 52, 53, early 50s. Um, he looks fit, right? He's got like a polo shirt on, he's got his lab coat, a stethoscope. He's clearly a doctor, sort of slightly graying hair, sort of like a black man who clearly is very fit, goes jogging a lot, probably takes care of himself, probably has a what do you call it? Those uh, like a home workout machine wherever he lives, and he's sitting at the desk, his desk, and he seems frustrated as he's sort of trying to get explained to him how come he's not yet been allowed membership into the sailing club when he definitely should be. And he goes like, "Look, I am yes, it is true. I'm the only doctor here in Asher's Ridge, but I'm also the best doctor in the Asher's Ridge. And I mean, I went to university for heaven's sakes. I don't know why my membership has been denied again. Well, tell me what I need to do to get. Look, I should be a member of the sailing club. What do I need to make a donation? What do I need to do in order to get in?" And at that point in time, the door opens, and a very folksy looking sheriff walks in and goes, "Doc, they found a body by the lake." And he looks up. He goes, "I'll call you back," and hangs up the phone. That's my intro.
Okay, shall I go? All right.
Mhm.
So I think that when you that what you see here is you see again a shot sort of uh, through the woods. You see a you see first the first thing you see is someone standing in front of a similar cabin to the one we just saw. At first, maybe it looks like it could be the same one, but actually, if you take taking a few seconds as this short scene progresses, you'll see that it's actually much cleaner, um, and it's a little bit it's better kept up. Um, but it's almost like the same design as the other cabin. And you see there's a person standing in front of the cabin, um, holding holding his arm. It looks like a it's it looks like a teenage kid, and sort of holding his arm. And there's a woman standing next to him who's probably his mother. Who's sort of just sort of fussing over him a little bit, just sort of being, and you see, um, coming out of the cabin, you see Ed Frost. He is in his 50s, um, and he's dressed in that sort of lumberjackian flannel, and a vest and a pair of jeans, um, and he's carrying what looks like a sort of a cold pack, which he hands down to the mother, and he says, all right, now you just put that put that on there until you get back to the B&B, and you should be fine. Just there should be supplies, whatever in the room you're in. There should be supplies in the medicine cabinet. And if for whatever reason it's not there, just ask Lucille. She'll be able to get more to you. Okay. All right. You me all right? Okay. And she's just and he's like, wait. All right. Good. Good. Well. Hope you had a good time. And she seems to realize, oh no, it was absolutely fine. Very good. Very good. And sort of concernedly taking her son off. And Ed sort of steps and basically looks up. Thanks, Ed. And she says, establishing that his name is Ed. Uh, and as she heads off, Ed moves toward the edge of his porch where he has a little table set up with a mug of little mug of a self-percolating mug, or not a mug. He's got a mug and he's sort of a little coffee pot, self-percolating coffee pot that runs off generator. Everything here runs off of generators. He picks it up, he pours himself a cup of coffee, and he raises it to his lips. He sort of stares off, stands in a very specific spot, stares off, and he's like, takes a quick sip, and that's when you hear the scream. And he's like, and then you hear from inside the house, from inside the cabin, you hear the squawking of what sounds like a CB radio for a moment. And he's like, oh, crap. As he starts to turn, and then it cuts away.
My goodness. Okay.
Okay, from the and I'm drawing this to the table or to my end. Okay, to reveal.
For
All right,
locations
all
for
right. Here
Act
we
1.
go.
Okay. Ooh. The Brightwater Veterinary Clinic. Hmm.
Hmm.
Oh, okay, okay. Let me draw. Asher's Ridge Cemetery. Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm.
All right. Ah.
Ooh, okay. Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. Hmm. It's a big house. But didn't it used to belong to the very famous John Asher a long, long time ago? the founder of the town. Hmm. When we have a scene in a location, then we discard that location, right? So that we lose them one by one till, like death, until there are only two left, right? Yes. Like puppies and flowers and only happy things?
Yes. 0 bad.
Zero bad things. Okay. Four, as our letter pool says, four. Yes. To start off. Yeah. Oh, okay, I will. I'm gonna throw some. We get 4 tiles as our opening pool. I have an. I drew an A. Mhm, mhm, mhm. Have you shuffled?
Um,
Wait, have you shuffled? Okay, all right, okay, okay, all right. Well, we do get to draw new ones when we get to draw more. Yeah, yeah, that's our opening. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Uh-huh. 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 Uh, show the paranormal to start our act. Is that right? It's fine. I think we do that before we form our thread. What is that? 36, I think, yes. Um, right. So a short atmospheric scene showing any location in Asher's Ridge and the paranormal activity occurring there. Avoid involving your main characters in these scenes, instead using supporting roles, antagonists, or environmental descriptions to build tension. Um, okay, so that's before we do our thread groups. Uh, so a short, little, not involving our characters, little atmospheric paranormal start to our act. Oh, okay. The location is going to be um and it will be I'm going to pick one of the things that's not one of our you know what? Actually no. I think I will pick the big house because this is not going to discard a location, so I can. And Miss Julie, last name, uh Watts, who has inherited the big house, but who's not living in it because it's a little bit creepy. She's living in the gamekeeper's quarters. She is standing She never goes into the the house itself, right? She stays in the gamekeeper's house, and this is a very old house. No one's lived there for a while. And as she's sort of puttering about, this is now, let's say, a little bit later in the morning, so sort of late morning, and she hears an old phone ring, like the old kind of ringing of like a super old telephone coming from inside the big house. And she thinks that's a little bit weird since there is no active phone line in the big house. And she walks in, and the place is like dusty, and there's like sheets over furniture. You know what I mean? It's that kind of place, and it's not particularly well. There's a lot of work that needs to be done before it can be sold to anybody. They're like, like it's not. It needs work. And she sort of searches around to try to find this sound, and she goes into one of this like a an office. The windows are broken, but there's this old time sort of telephone, the kind with like the receiver, like that kind, the black one with the separate receiver and handle. And she sees that it's ringing. She walks over there and she picks up the phone and she goes, "Hello?" And she hears the voice of a young man, a certain football quarterback star, who says, "Mom? Mom, it's dark here." And Julie, who's not the mother of this quarterback, goes, "Chip, why are you playing jokes?" And just hangs up the phone and puts it down, and then notices that the cord is not connected to anything at all, and finds that a little bit odd. And that's where that scene cuts. Mhm. Yeah, just slightly alarmed, confused look on her face. I think this is where we draw our tiles for the act and make threads, I guess. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You didn't. You broke nothing. Uh, mhm. Chip, right? That's. I hope that's okay for his name. I can't. I did not see my notes. We had a name for him.
I I have a note of someone named Noah, but I don't know if that's him.
It's a good question.
Could be Chip.
It's
Yeah.
true. Mm-hmm. It's not a. It's not a given name. Nope. Mm-hmm. 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 Do that search there. Okay. Noah Chip. We do have a last name for him, though, if I remember correctly, because he's related to some people here.
Yes.
Hmm. Uh, Last name?
Cowley.
Cowley. Thank you. Mm-hmm. 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 Cowley. I didn't do it. Cowley. Okay. Quarterback. Okay. Fix what? Oh, nope. Uh,
All of humanity, it's now fixed.
should we
You're welcome,
draw the
everyone.
3 tiles? Uh, so I think other doc, it's your draw, right?
Okay.
Yes.
So do I draw three and just put them on the table here, or am I holding on to them?
On the table.
Okay.
Hmm. W.
W E
E.
L.
L. Oh. Okay.
Mm.
Okay. Hmm. and must be at least 3 letters long. Uh, I'm seeing the word tale, Tale, like a story, like a fairy tale, a story tale, a tale.
I'm seeing a possible murder weapon, but just depends on if we wanted to go there already or not.
Are you? If you're seeing a
Yes,
murder weapon, that seems exciting. Uh,
it's three
what do you?
letters. But, yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, yeah. Actually,
What?
it's a tool. It's a tool. AWL.
Oh, and all.
Yeah.
All. Uh-huh,
Yeah.
uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh.
Mm.
Yes. Uh,
Welt, teal.
teal, welt.
Late.
Mm, late. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Ale.
Yeah.
Spicy. Mm,
Alt, if we want to be, if we want to say that's a word.
uh,
Lat, if we want to say that's a word.
mhm.
I don't know if
Um,
abbreviations count, do they?
says can only be a noun, verb, adverb, or adjective. Um, I like welt. That feels very um spicy.
Mm.
Good early word. What do y'all think? Also
Uh,
wet.
Welt would work with the medical people that are involved in this plot. I know that.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
Mm.
mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm.
Tea is good. This is true.
We can be mean. We can be mean. Do you know? Well, we don't.
Lee.
Let's see. Um, see, consider with a
Lee
new
is
thread
in
represents your
there.
episode. Choose an active
Open
location, narrate
area,
a scene.
grassy, arable
Uh,
land.
um, let's see. The word must be said during the scene. Um, I I think I would go with Welt, but I will note that the medical's place is not one of the active scenes, so that means any kind of discussion about Welt is not happening
Oh
in my
yeah,
office or the coroner's office, right?
yeah, yeah.
Because. Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. Yes. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna vote for Welt because it feels like an opening kind of term, like when you're sort of like checking things out, learning info.
Hmm. Well, it's like I'm seeing an application for Welt. I need to check something.
Uh-oh.
I need
Uh-oh.
to check something before I say anything. Um, so I'm seeing an application, perhaps, if we want it. This is also Xable. This is we can not do this if you want. But I'm seeing an application for it at the veterinary clinic potentially,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
um, as one
Absolutely.
of our locations here. Um, I'm seeing an application for Lee if it's near the cemetery, or it's the only place that I think would have like an open field type area, unless maybe
Mm-hmm.
the big house. Um, uh, and again, I like the idea of tea because that can you can set
Mm-hmm.
wherever people are going to bring tea.
Mm-hmm.
Although having tea
Well,
at
it'd
the
have to be in one of
cemetery
those.
is an
Yeah.
interesting idea.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So like I can go with Welt if we're if we're okay with having a
But
thing happening having happened,
we could
I'd
also
be
do
fine with it.
tea and just have people chatting.
Yeah, I'm good either way, really. I realize that's not a definitive answer.
Okay. Right, but I don't think Dr. Williams would be in the tea scene because he's not going to be hanging out at the veterinary clinic to have tea with that woman. So I think he would not be there. I think he would probably be. I'd probably be a supported character in that moment.
Yeah, that's true. If we want to place ourselves in this somewhere, then we need to be
Yeah.
somewhere things will be.
So let's do tea. Uh, I feel like PB Plays Inside has a secret grid on this map that has and the tiles are the exact same size as the grid, so everything is lining up perfectly, and that's impressive. I feel like that is a secret thing that she did. But yes, that's uh, so. Let's see what the new thread represents in the episode. Okay, okay. Um, yeah,
True.
yeah. Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm.
Just someone has to say it at some point, right?
Yeah. It says consider what the new thread represents in your episode. Then choose an active location and narrative scene to find out what happens. Uh, I feel like from what people have said, T might represent sort of like community, the ways in which people connect with each other in our town, perhaps. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. 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 Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. 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 I think it makes sense to have this at the veterinary clinic. That's the most social place that we have.
Her name is
Geraldine?
Geraldine, Dr.
Geraldine.
Geraldine Cowley.
Yep.
Strangely
Yep.
enough, I would expect
Uh-huh,
she's about
uh-huh.
to be very busy.
Because she is the mother, right, of Noah.
Yeah.
Uh, I think the same day, or maybe the evening, it makes sense to me that it's in the clinic and that Ed is there and Meredith. Because they're the people who are like uh, super connected, right, with
Yes.
all of this. And like spilling, like trying to go over like what do people know, what has happened, like like I think there's like a that kind of yeah, and maybe comforting perhaps. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Oh, you know what? She might not be there, and we might be just going to pick stuff up for her while she is
Mm-hmm,
otherwise
mm-hmm,
occupied.
mm-hmm. Could I throw out? Could I have the possibility that perhaps the body was originally brought to the veterinary clinic rather than the morgue? Maybe people brought it to her, right? Because she is the technically the other doctor in our town, but she's a veterinary doctor, so it doesn't really count. But nonetheless,
Oh. I'm just gonna say, who is staffing the hospital?
me, because I feel like we don't. I feel like the hospital is like small, right? Like it is not
Yeah.
big.
Yeah. So it could
Yeah,
just be that. Yeah.
because I imagine that's where all of that is, right? But I'm so bitter about things. I wouldn't worry about it though. Like I'm not
Is
bitter for
that?
any.
And the hospital is not one of the location cards, right? I'm looking
Mm-mm.
just to be sure. No, okay, so we could incorporate it into the. Yeah.
How does it make you feel?
Oh, yes. Oh. Oh.
Oh. Mhm, mhm. She's married.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're the yeah, and you're the brother,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
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 Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the but also I think everybody knows now that Noah word has spread.
Yeah.
Yeah, like there was a dead because I imagine the minute that scream happened early in the morning, this is a small town. Everyone's gonna find out what happened. So everybody knows at this point in time, right? So this is like I imagine it's that point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm, mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Cool.
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm.
I have a very a very go-to easy idea for it, which I will use at the end if we haven't stumbled across something better before then.
I just need to say something to the audience, just so they know. Geraldine Cowley is a veterinarian, not a medical doctor for people like I am. Dr. Jackson Williams, and just don't let anybody tell you different. Don't let anybody tell you that you can just go to see her for your medical problems because she's not a medical doctor. She's a veterinarian. In case anybody is confused about who the actual doctor is in this town, just gonna point that out.
Yeah. No. I'm sure it's all right.
I'm so sorry for her loss, but we cannot confuse who the actual doctor is in this town. That's all.
That's right. That's right.
I don't think so, actually, right? Because if the place is basically shut down, you kind of both have gone there to pick up things. I imagine that
Yeah,
the town folks are not there. I think.
yeah.
Yes. Yeah. 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 I just want to do music. I just want to do creepy music in the background. That's what I want to do.
Okay.
That's all.
Yeah.
Actually, I think I probably would just need a different Video Ninja um, login so that I could send in audio. Anyway, go on, please.
Yeah, I think that was the last thing that we saw before the opening credits. Yeah.
Yeah, and the little supernatural, right? The with the yeah, the creepy call. Uh-huh.
Oh. Oh no, that's you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm. I think that I'm probably. I think I might already be inside, possibly. Um, so like, I think as you approach, um, you see there's like one light. There are a couple of lights on, and you hear just like you hear somebody fumbling around in there, and you hear I think you hear animals. You hear a little bit of barking dogs, and you hear other animals just sort of just kind of making noises. Um, there's there's probably uh, there might be like uh, a stray badger or a fox in there as well uh, that you might be just sort of hearing. And there's a little bit, not a huge commotion, but it's like this sort of low level background thing going on, um, and just the sound of someone sort of thumping around, swearing occasionally. In the way where you can tell they're swearing, but you can't make out what they're saying because it's on broadcast TV. Um, but He's like, yeah, come on, come on. You gonna eat it? Better freaking eat it. Oh, God. Down. Oh, jeez. No, she. No, she wanted me to come in, make sure the animals were okay. You know how she is. Yeah. Yeah. And actually, yeah, he's at first, he's like he reacts a little more, and he sort of calms down a little, seeing. He's like, sorry. Yeah. No, she's still not. She's still not going to be back for a little bit, so I'm just making sure. She wanted me to come over and grab a few things. Uh, you, well, it's not good. Um, I don't think I don't think Lucille even wants to deal with it, uh, and which I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I ain't even. I haven't even seen the kid in like a week or two. Do you seen him at all? Did you within the last few weeks? Oh, Hamlet. Oh, guess they probably. Yeah, they always like to play the favorites, don't they? Yeah. I think I could see him starting to get into it a little bit. I tried to, I tried to show him some of the Whitman stuff, but you probably he's not quite getting it yet, or he wasn't quite getting it yet. Yeah, yeah, it does, or it would have. Yeah, what brings you here? I'm surprised she didn't just. Well, she hasn't at this point yet, but no, she's actually taking the time. I had to talk her down for a little while, but she is she's she already had so much crap going on. I mean, look at these, and she sort of gestures to the cages, and she's got more workload than she can even begin to deal with right now, and now this, and uh, I'm surprised I didn't have to tie her up. I'm just saying, just to keep her from, just get her to freaking relax for 5 minutes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. they're not uh, they're not being very forthcoming. They uh, they want to talk to her first. You see, that's the thing, and when Neil kind of gets set on how he wants to handle procedure, that's kind of what's happening right now. And I don't know what the hell he thinks he's chasing right now, but I don't. I don't know. It looks from the outside. It looks like nothing's happening, and it's so yeah, not a lot right now. Not a lot. Yeah, tell me about it. I mean, hmm. Well, I did. I did hear from. Did we say earlier that Geraldine was out of town for a moment, or was coming back, or that she has been here? Okay, all right, cool. You said something early on, and part of my brain missed part of it, so I just wanted to check in before I think. Okay, so no, yeah, she called me. Yeah, Geraldine called me, or well, called called me on the radio, and said something in passing that he was doing some kind of class ritual thing that she was. I don't know if she was completely on board with it, whatever it was, but it was like apparently something that she's trying to not be overbearing. She gave him a she and his dad gave him a curfew and everything, but uh, yeah, there was just something that he and I thought. I was under the impression it was him and like fellow students were just gonna like drive by the thing. I didn't think they were gonna go out in it. The lake. Yeah, I'm sure your school rituals in the UK are completely normal. He says. That reminds me, I gotta adjust something. And he starts. He's hunting around for something. He's sort of looking around. He's moving out of the room, that room, and into sort of a little kind of through a little hallway and towards a little kitchenette type thing. Yeah, I mean that's some. Not. I mean, it's not just about hunting them. It's about trying to keep everything in balance. Yeah, he's just sort of staring at the phone, like somebody's cat. Oh God. There's nobody else here who could. Yeah. 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 And he's like, we might be able to get someone out. Maybe. 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 I just had a very ridiculous thought, but we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, tell them she's out probably, but find out who it is, if you would. He's searching around for something.
And I think you get this voice. You get this voice going, Mom? Mom? It's Chip. Mom? And the voice sounds like it's like underwater, you know?
Ah, found it. What? And he turned. Yeah, He turns around. She had me looking for 20 minutes. She said, was looking around 20 minutes in here earlier for this damn teapot. I was looking in the wrong cabinet. And he says, holding it up. Who was that? Who was it? What do they want? Do they want anything? Animals, or is it something to do with any animals or anything? Who the hell is gonna crank call her at a time like this? Damn it! He slams it down and he starts heading toward the cupboard. It's always a problem. Eh. He's going to storm over to the phone and he's going to pick it up and he's going to say, "Sorry, she's not in. Sorry, the vet's not in. Who is
Mom?
this?"
Mom?
Shit.
It's Chip.
Shit.
Mom?
Chip. Noah?
It's Chip. Mom? I can't.
What the hell? Who is this? What are you doing? Who is this? Who in the heck would do something like this? Who are you? And I think it's just.
Dead. It's dead.
And you see that and I think you just see him just sort of look at the phone receiver, like he's looking at a foreign object that he's never seen before. And he just sort of slowly sinks it down puts it down on the desk without hanging it up. And he just looks over at you slowly. And he just stares at you, not knowing what to say. I don't know. Yeah. That might be a good idea. And you can see he's visibly shaken as he just barely just goes over, just mechanically almost picks up the teapot you were talking about and holds it, clutching it to his chest like it's a precious object as the two of you start heading out.
So creepy. So creepy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ooh. Mm-hmm. 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 That was fun. So I think we have to do a new thread, yes? Okay. Okay. Uh, okay. And my audio should be where it needs to be. Yep. Okay. Um, let's go with A, L, and E. Okay. A, L, and E.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Mm. Let's see. Tell. Um, mm-hmm. 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 Um, oh, late. Late still. Um, I'm gonna move these in the middle of our thing so we have up and down. Um, let's see. Late, tell, tail. Um, let's see. Um, Pope's got tell, tail, teal, late, all, ale. Um, eel, yes, eel. Ooh, creepy. Um, very creepy actually. Well, ooh, well. Wells are creepy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ooh, well's exciting. Um, eight, eight. Mm-hmm. Wheel, as in woe. Wheel is the opposite of woe, so wheel is something healthy and positive. Swell. We don't have any S's. Um, we don't have an S. Um, I know. We are so close to water. Wall. Well, that's true. We have a wall as well. Wall and well. Um, we have. We still have welt. We can still do welts. We can do. Um, I do an R would be great. Um, how about uh, we could do law. Uh, the letters are. I don't think they're visible right now. Mr. I am stuck. We've got T as being out there, and then we have also. Uh, I don't know why it's not updated. ELA has been added. Um, yes, there we go. So I don't know what you're doing on the back end, but how cool are you right now? Um, Uh, yeah. So I think we've got a couple of options. What are we thinking? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We're building off of T, is that right?
Mm-hmm. In this, unless we don't want to, but if we don't want to, then bad things are going to happen, which is not necessarily bad, but it is what it is. You know, because then it's a sidetrack. Um, you know, in ways. Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. Uh, I think because we're still kind of early, right? Um, we're still in our exposition. Uh, oh, wallet.
Wall. Wallet.
Mm-hmm. I I like the idea of wallet. It it will take up a lot of letters, but I like it. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Uh, do you have a preference, other doc?
I like wallet. I do like wallet, but yeah, because you can find
Mm-hmm,
a wallet anywhere.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Also note about Asher's Ridge Cemetery, new burials are not there. These are all super old uh, graves, apparently. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 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 yeah. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Nope, not creepy at all. Yep.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Great time to be in any of these places, as a matter of fact. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They're just gonna be haunting us. Mhm. Um, okay. So what word would you like to put there on the old road? Mm-hmm. I mean, I think it would depend on if you would like the old road, then I think you should also pick the word because the word has to be related to what we're doing there. So I would say I nominate you to pick the word since you would like the old road as the location. You know what I mean? I think you should do it. Set us up. Set us up. Yeah, set us up.
Yep.
Mhm. It's, it sounds like an Ed scene to me. Like Ed's on his way back home, right? After that.
I I would like us to, yeah. I mean, it makes sense. I do want to say it'd be cool if we could check in with, if we could check in with your
We'll
character
probably get him in
soon.
the next scene, maybe depending
Yeah,
on the word. Yeah, but I think this
yeah.
one, like, I think the idea of Ed walking home and finding this, I think would be good.
Hmm. I think there could be, it could be just that there's a, there needs to be something in the woods. I think that's vitally important. Uh, I mean, I don't know
My
if it
name is
even needs to be
Diane.
that. Oh, hi. No. Um, I don't know if it even needs to be that direct per se, but could be like where there's, because there was, we established there was something weird about the geography.
Mm,
Um, so this could be, or there could be someone out here that, there could be a cougar, or there could be, um,
cougar.
another person. Yeah. Or there could be, um, what was a person and has since, after encountering a cougar, is no longer with us. There could be there could be another body out here, uh, or there could be. It just depends, I guess. I have
Hmm.
I have a thought, but who's is there a I who is framing this scene? I guess is the question, and if you're because, like, if you're framing the scene, I'm perfectly happy to just wander down the road and you throw something at me, and then we see what it is. Um, yeah, like I like the idea of stumbling on a wallet, and it's, well. I'll tell you what. I will stumble across a wallet, and then if someone would do something, that would be great. And this can be another person. It can be something else. I don't know. Yeah, that's it. My God.
So
Oh.
it's you started PB. It's nighttime, right? Um, people are home probably at this point in time, or on their way home.
Okay.
Uh,
Am I still carrying the teapot, or have I handed it off at this point?
I think it's up to you.
Okay. Yeah. So I think that, yeah, I think I probably have handed off the teapot by this point. Unless we have to keep it as part of the scene, in which case we can. All right. How much
Well, maybe
how much
that's
of
why
the
you're
tea
walking back
thread do
so
we need?
late,
Yeah.
right? Because you
Um,
had to drop off the teapot first before you could walk
yeah.
back home
Yeah.
in the middle of the woods at night.
Yeah. Yeah, there's that too. So like I think that if I'm just sort of I think yeah, this could be just I've just like just sort of, so Ed is kind of grumbling about the teapot, and at this point he has his rifle with him because he is doing his kind of nightly population control thing that he has to do, and he's
Mm,
sort of making notes about, are these animals going to sleep yet? No, what's happening? That kind
mm,
of deal.
mm.
Um, for his wildlife stuff duties
Are
basically.
you speaking out loud
And
into like a recording device, or is that?
I think that he doesn't. I don't think he. It would be fun, but I don't know if he'd really if he'd put up with that. Um,
Mm,
it's a thing. He's much more. Yeah, he's paper and pencil type deal. I think if
hmm
anything, where he'll make checks on things, or he'll remember things to
hmm
write down later. Um, but he is still kind of talking to himself because that is a thing that he does. Um, and he's just grumbling, "Oh, that teapot, ridiculous teapot." And as he's sort of wandering down, and the leaves are kind of blowing across the trail, in certain points where he has a rifle slung over his back, but he's also carrying a stick that he's using to kind of brush things aside if he needs to kind of like, it's like, okay, now, and if I don't brush this little pile of leaves that's formed aside real quick, someone's gonna fall on their ass tomorrow. And I do
mm.
that. And as he's doing so, as he just sort of stops for a second and he's walking, I think that he uncovered, it's like the leaves are particularly wet for some reason,
Mm,
and he sees the glint of this waterlogged wallet
hmm.
in the moonlight as it opens up onto a driver's license with somebody's face. Is this perhaps someone we recognize, or is this a stranger to us? Is this someone we've seen already? Was it one of the people that got lost in the woods earlier? Or is it
I mean,
someone else? Is
my
it a
vote is
student?
that it's actually Noah's, which would be why is it out here in the middle of nowhere, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we could do
Like
that.
why is it here and not
Yeah. Yeah.
since this is not yeah not anywhere near where his body was found
Yeah.
or the
He's
shoreline.
like,
Yeah.
he sort of, so he puts his stick, sets his stick, he sort of bends down, he looks and he's, what the hell? And he doesn't carry a phone, but he does carry a little flashlight, um, which he shines down on it. Um, and he sees it, and it's Noah's wallet, and he's like, what the hell? And he's gonna take out, sort of kind of, I think he just sort of touches the side of it, notices that it's wet, and he's like, and he's gonna get like a sort of a rag out, and he's going to pick it up.
I think that it will have like it's his wallet, of course, but I think, and please veto, that there's like a scrap of paper that's now, of course, waterlogged and wet with a map, a hand-drawn map to one of these log cabins. The one, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah. So he's looking.
Because there are a
He's
lot of
like,
these different log cabins, and many of them are dilapidated. Like there's all, like, you know what I mean? Like if, if
yeah,
it's not like there are street signs. So if you wanted to meet at a
yeah,
particular log cabin, you probably have to be able to find some way to communicate to someone
yeah. I think it
which
like
one
it
you're going
falls
to.
out of the wallet as he's picking it up, and
Yeah.
he reaches down, he sees it, he picks it up. He's like he stows the wallet away while he's looking at this. He's got the little flashlight out. Yeah, that would be. Yeah. So I think he immediately stows away the light, and when he realizes it's he was going to call out initially when he thought it was a bear, because the idea with bears is you let them know as far, don't surprise a bear, let them know you're nearby.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
um,
mm-hmm.
but he will. Oh, that's right. Yes, thinking that actually, yeah, bears can get now. Seeing this in the chat, it's true. Bears can get drunk uh, on fermented fruit and things like that. So it's within the realm of possibility. But he now hears human voice, and he's like, okay, not a bear. Don't yell out. He puts the stuff away. He picks up the stick. Um, I'm trying to think. Would he? I don't know if he. I think he actually just sort of. He has his little walking stick. Actually, I think he's going to sort of set aside. He's going to pull the rifle out. He's not going to point it at anything. It just has it ready. Um, and is going to start moving closer quietly. Sort of see if he can see what's going on. I think at this point Ed's going to do the foolish thing. One of the well, but not the same foolish thing that as getting closer. But he's going to draw attention to himself because I think he is the he's not. I feel like he's just gonna he's gonna say something. So he's got the light out, and he's got the rifle, and he can only. Unfortunately, he has to be pointing the rifle in order to point the light out at the same time because it's like how you're holding it. He's like, "Hey there, who's there?" He says from a medium distance. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. 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 It doesn't truck with that, but also, is like, but she's in her late 60s also, so he understands. And he's gonna he's lowering the rifle, and he's like just making do. Now he knows who it is. He's gonna put the light away. And he's gonna be like, just very slowly, sort of coming around and sort of approaching. He says, Julie, you okay?
She's the one who inherited the big house, in case anybody wants to be reminded. The creepy big house, yeah, she's the. Go on.
I think now because Ed, for some foolish reason, thinks he's not in danger, because he's putting up the rifle, and he's gonna come around, try to approach her from the front, and with sort of his hands held forward, and he'd be like, Julie, it's Ed Frost. Julie, you okay? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I know. What you doing out here? Yeah. She is. She's taking some time. She's. I don't know. I think she is holding it together for now. I think, but so I mean this. It's never a good thing. For her and for her or her husband. Um, let's get you home, okay? I know. I know. And Ed kind of you sort of see he's almost kind of at a point where he's gonna break down for a second, and but he just quietly just sort of smiles, and so you can see, and it's not like he's trying not. It's there's a bit of a brave face thing going on, but also it's like this is a situation also where we got a person lost in woods help, so he's kind of in that mode, so he's gonna slowly guide her back, and he's like, well, yeah, we're gonna figure it out. We're gonna figure out what happened, but it's it's gonna be okay. You can see he doesn't totally believe it, but he says it's gonna be okay.
Ooh, ooh, that's so exciting. Uh, I believe you haven't drawn tiles, PB. Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. Uh-huh, 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 uh-huh. Hmm. Hmm.
Ooh, ink,
Link,
link, wink.
wink, link. Um. Uh,
Kin, kine,
mhm,
link. Yeah.
mhm, 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 mhm. Uh, link, wink. Um. No, no kill. We don't have two L's. So that's cool. Um, kiln. We do have kiln.
Mm, yeah.
Uh, uh, teak. Wank.
Ooh, yeah.
Stretch. No, Nightbot. Stretch is not. We can't make stretch. It's Nightbot. Uh, Nightbot's giving us suggestions. They don't work. Um,
Yeah.
oh, nail. We could do nail.
Hmm.
Um, um, nope, can't do that. I was gonna say knit, but we can't do knit. Uh, um, win, whale. No, we can't do
Mm-hmm.
whale.
We
Uh,
can. We. I know you're right. We can't do whale. We can do
yeah,
Wayne.
we can't. Because we don't have the L. We don't have the L's
Yeah.
available.
Yeah.
Uh,
No.
yes.
We can do no.
Nah. Yes, we
We
can't
can
do
do one.
whale.
WAN. We can do
Uh,
law. No, we can't. Lan. Lan. No. No.
uh, Wan. Yeah,
Lane.
Wan. Oh, LAN. Uh, can't. I don't think we can do lane as in street lane.
Well, yeah, but lane is in past tense.
Oh yes, yes indeed. Yes. Uh huh.
Yeah.
Uh huh. Uh huh. Uh. Keel. We can't do keel. We could
Nil,
do
Nil.
nil. Mm-hmm. 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 Lake. Lak. No, we don't have an e for it.
Me.
So we couldn't do lake.
Nike.
Nike. We could do Nike. We could do. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Um, you pulled PB. What are you thinking in terms of words that you're excited about? Hmm? Can't do well. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I suppose it depends on whether or not somebody has a location they really want to do, right? Because if we do word first and then location, that's one thing. But if we do location first and then word, that's a different one.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
unless it's a sidetrack, if it's a sidetrack, then it isn't, right? Because I
Well,
think with a sidetrack, you don't, the first sidetrack, you don't take a location. So if it were a sidetrack, then I think we'd have another one. Mhm. Uh,
well, I think one that would be interesting also if it involves. I'm just sort of thinking if it involves Dr. Williams. If it involves Jackson, Nail could actually work because it's if we're talking about something that he's finding, um, but but again, as we're marrying it to these locations, it's a question of it just coming up in that respect, right? Um,
um, do we want to go word first and then location, or location first and then word?
hmm. Maybe maybe we do location first this time, just so that we can sort
I think
out.
we've done location first
Oh,
both times. Really, we're like, we
did
this
we?
location we want to go to, and then we pick the
Oh,
the object. Um,
or do we? Well, if we do, we could do the other way around then. I thought we'd done it the other way around. Yeah. Um, or I
but
just haven't been
if we
paying
want
attention, which is entirely possible.
to, no. If we go location first, which location would you want to have a scene at?
I like the cemetery for some reason, but that's probably because we always like. When we get down to the last two, do they stay on the board or do they get cleared? Oh no.
Mhm,
Um,
mhm.
I like either the cemetery or the big house, but I think I like the cemetery slightly better, um, since we kind of already were seeing. I mean, I know we just saw something related to the big house, but I feel like it'd be cool to jump around. But that's kind of just me. Oh. Oh, cool. Yeah, yeah.
Mhm, mhm, mhm.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So like, I mean, I can think of something. I mean, I can think of something with my character in Jackson, possibly at one of the if at the big house. But I can also see a thing if it's like following on from thing. But I mean, I've already been in so many scenes, uh, so
Which
like,
is fine.
I'd like to see something between. It would nice to be something between. It'd be not. Yeah, I'd like to see. I'd definitely like to see Dr. Williams. I think it'd be cool to see Dr. Williams with Meredith, but because they haven't had as much play at this point. Um, but and that could be. But
Uh, do you want to go location first or word first? Well, uh, mechanically, we're supposed to go word first and then pick a location.
hmm,
Uh,
okay.
so I'm going to say, how do you feel about because if we pick a word, right, that because it might mean we pick a word that is not attached and then it's a sidetrack and a different thing, right? Uh, oh, I am going to do a sidetrack.
Hmm.
So a word that is not connected to the thread, right? And it will be ink. Really? It says when you can't or don't want to add a word to the thread scene, thread zone, add an unrelated word that is a diversion from the main plot or a red herring. No? Yes.
Under dramatic accessories.
37. It should be becoming sidetracked. You become sidetracked whenever you cannot make a valid thread from the letter pool or whenever the options you have are not appealing. When this happens, draw 3 letter tiles and add them to the letter pool. Form a thread of at least 3 letters placed. And I was looking at the episode structure recap. Uh, Form a thread of at least 3 letters and place it in the thread zone. It must not connect to any other thread. And scenes involving it are unrelated to the paranormal threat in this episode.
Oh. Do we have to draw 3 more tiles before we do it, or is it? Sorry, go ahead.
Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm.
Oh.
Oh, I see. I see. I see. I see. Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. Uh, yes. Yes, I see what you're saying. You could make a new thread and it would be either standalone or crypto-inducing thread group. I see. I see. I see. I would like to test out the sidetrack, right? Uh, and so this because this also means that it will not take the first sidetrack doesn't take away one of the locations. So we could, I suppose, go anywhere with an NVU. Um, to give us a bit more, let's go with, uh, yeah, I want to stick with ink as a sidetrack. Um, so cannot connect scenes involving or unrelated to the paranormal threat in the episode. And then it seems like if we are sidetracked a second time, uh, then we're in trouble or more trouble happens. So I'm going to say ink and I will pick a location that is not one of these, and it will be like we have uh like a diner of some sort, right? Oh, okay. Because it
Well,
says
there's
if
only
you
a few
still can't
spots
make a
left.
thread or you have already been sidetracked, because I thought it meant the first time you didn't. Um, but
There's no sidetrack. And add it to the.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Um, okay. So then let's okay, so let's go with the cemetery and have everybody be there, but I don't know why we would be there. Um, but let's do that. Let's see. The cemetery is. Where did it go? Cemetery. Well, let's see. The All Saints Cemetery. There are no recent gravestones in this cemetery, and its occupants' descendants are also long dead. The cemetery is adjacent to the big house, and the town myth goes that the big house's chapel was used by this town long ago. So this is going to be so this is a cemetery with um, nobody recent in any way. So this is like an abandoned old cemetery. So why would we be there? And this is not connected to the supernatural because it's a sidetrack. Um,
Oh. Well, um, there could be a. It's next to the big house, right?
mm-hmm,
Um,
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
so
mm-hmm.
one possibility is I might have. If we're doing this, if it's the same night, then Ed might have gone into the house with Julie and called you and asked you to come over to take a look. He might have also, if we want all of us here, he might have also then gotten back in touch with.
Or we could just have it at the
Mary
big
Beth.
house, right? So then, uh,
Yeah,
right? Mm-hmm. Uh,
because yeah.
and this would be to sort of see if Julie's okay, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Uh, right. Okay. Uh, so then it would be at least the doc and Ed and Julie, and would Meredith? What would be a good reason to get Meredith at the big house? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Uh, hmm So maybe you drove me there. Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah. So let's have the big house be our location, and let's have the scene open up with, and probably we're in the big house, not the groundskeeper's house where she stays, because perhaps she like weirdly obsessively is in this place, right? And this is like, mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. But Ed, for some reason, Ed is with her in the big house, not in the place where she sleeps. So after he ran into her being freaky. So why did you both go back to the big house rather than where that's creepy, rather than her house? Did she insist? Did she want to show you something?
I think maybe
Uh,
we were at her one possibility. Well, I don't want to connect it too much to the mystery, of course. That's the thing. If
hmm
this is a sidetrack, but
hmm
an idea that just struck me is that we went to her the groundskeeper's house and Ed made the call from there. And when he looked up and finished the call, she was heading to the big house for some reason. Um,
Mm, yeah, yeah,
and so it's like we end up
yeah,
meeting there after he goes after her.
yeah. So like I would imagine this is like all before we arrive. Like we drive up to the groundskeeper's house, um, but there's nobody there, and it's like dark. But we see that there are lights on in the big house. Yeah. hmm Yeah, yeah, uh, yeah. Um, and I think if you probably maybe you drop me off, right? And but you don't leave until you see that I'm gonna be safe. I knock. There's nobody. Come back, and I go, uh, Meredith. They're not. Nobody's at the groundskeeper's house. They're not here. Yeah. Why would they be in there? That's weird. Oh no, you're right. I think there's a light in the first floor. Would you mind driving me up there? Sure. Get back in the car. Tell you, it's been miserable ever since the Cali boy showed up dead. As we're and I don't even think it's that far from the groundskeeper to the big house, but it is dark and I don't think there are lights. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, yeah, yeah. I, People sometimes fall apart, you know. And I imagine there's like a nice like gravel, like because if it's a really old house, you have that kind of big circle where you'd like bring carriages in around, right, as like the big in front of the big house. Um, do you want to come with? Wouldn't want to be stuck here. I don't think, looking around, it doesn't look like Ed drove. He likes to walk everywhere. Uh, yeah, it'd be good to have a ride back, as I'm sort of walking up to the big door, like hit the knockers.
I think it takes a moment. It's a little bit longer. You wait a little bit longer than you would think. And after a few moments, you hear footsteps coming up to the door. And the door opens and it's Ed. Um,
Oh, hey, Ed.
hey. Yeah, no, she came back up this way. Come on, she's in the den.
Okay. And like he kind of just shakes his head. He doesn't say it, but it's sort of like, why would she be in here? It is cold. There's not heating. Like he doesn't say all those things, but you can just that he's like, this is not a good place for a person who might be suffering from shock. He's not mad at Ed, but he's sort of like mad at Julie for being a bad patient, even though he's not actually seen her yet. You know how it is. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah. Brought Meredith with me. He says as he sort of like
Oh,
walks in.
hey. Yeah. Um. Hello again. Yeah.
We were having
Yeah.
a dinner at the diner. Uh,
Oh. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Found her wandering around talking to herself in the woods, and
Oh.
she brought her back to the groundskeeper's place. But she then, after I right after I hung up with you, she was, for some reason, she was booking it to this place.
She was
Um,
out in the woods.
yeah, yeah. She was just sort of drifting around, muttering to herself, clutching across, and
Drunk?
not that no, not didn't look drunk to me.
Hmm.
Um, but she was in some sort of like trance or something. She came in here and she looked like she was, she stopped at the foot of the staircase and looked up it as though she was getting ready to climb it, and then just, but then she, I don't know, a kind of look came on her face. I can't, I'm not sure I can describe it, and she passed out. So I laid
Huh.
her in here. I tried to make her comfortable.
Right. That's a probably your military training. Good thinking. Uh, Ms. Watts? It's Doctor Ms. Watts. Sort of head off towards the
I think,
den.
yeah, I think
Den.
she's like, yeah, it's kind of a, I guess, what, family room type deal. Um, Sort of. So there's like this big kind of, um, like, I want to put a fainting couch in here, and I don't know that it would be
Yeah.
appropriate to do so, but I'm going to anyway. Uh, yeah,
It's absolutely a
it's on the,
yeah. It's like a super old house.
yeah. There's these places, and there's still, there's tarps over still a lot of the
Yeah.
furniture. But she's lying on this fainting couch that recently Ed has pulled the
Yeah.
tarp away from. This kind of velvet fainting couch. She has this pillow under her head, and she's just sort of like uh, lying lying on her back a little bit, and she's just sort of a little groggy, looking around. I think.
Hey there, Ms. Watts. It's me, Dr. Williams. We hear you had a bit of a scare. He kind of looks back at Ed and Meredith, like, "Mm," in that way. It's like, I'm gonna come and take your vitals if you don't mind. What were you doing out there in the woods?
Me, I was at. I had. Well, you're talking to. Oh, you're talking to
To Ms.
Julie.
Watts, yeah,
To Ms.
yeah.
Watts. Okay. I think Julie's gonna be like. Uh, don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I was worried. Probably. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Uh, Ed said you had a cross on you. Could I see that?
Um, yeah, I think that she sort of points to a little table, and I think that probably Ed put it over there. PB, can you remind me what the cross looked like?
Yeah, yeah. And maybe there's blood on it, uh, or because she was gripping it so tight, right? That like
Yeah,
she
yeah,
that she'd
maybe a
cut
little bit.
herself.
Yeah,
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 yeah.
yeah. When that fell over her hand, I did notice she cut her hand a little bit. I think I tried to clean it up a little.
Huh. And I start like cleaning out the wounds and bandaging them, uh, and like taking vitals. And I say, looks like she's been dehydrated. Exposure looks like a couple of days worth, which is been out, how long have you been out in the woods? Can I see that cross?
And
Make sure maybe she needs
yeah, so
tetanus.
as he's sort of handing you the cross, she'll basically be like, oh, no, no, not long, not long.
Huh. Huh. Uh, I look at it, the cross. Um, I look at the
I
cross
think,
with a
dear,
little
I'm
bit of
already.
quizzicalness. I tap it, lick. Meredith, um, look at this. And I'm turning to Meredith, but of course Ed can also see it.
Right.
And like the cross is like tarnished, and there's like looks like blood encrusted on these edges, right when it was gripped. But in this light, it's sort of dark. Like blood looks black. And he is like, there is blood here, but uh, this is ink.
Huh.
Yeah. Like, where's this cross from? Is what? Have you seen something like
Um,
this?
That's a good question. Um, so, and she just sort of shrugs. She just sort of, I think, is saying, on the wall. You got it off the wall.
You know, Albert over at the Historical Records and Curiosities might know something more about this cross, where it came from. It looks pretty old. Um,
No,
where
no.
did you get this?
I think
No.
she's going to reach towards it as though she kind
Yeah.
of still wants to hold on to it because
Yeah.
it is an item of comfort.
Mm-hmm. You know, we should probably um we probably know somebody that she can Ed, do you think she can stay over at your bed and breakfast rather than
Oh,
here?
yeah, Lucille will love that. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if she should stay here, especially if she keeps going wandering.
I'll I'll call her. I'll call her. Yeah, and yeah, and yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll call her. Let her know.
Yeah, I'd
Ed
appreciate it.
goes
This is
out of the
not the
room.
first time we've had somebody found somebody wandering in the woods.
Probably not.
Meredith? Yeah, I've got some in my bag, but Meredith, this is not one of your true crime podcasts. This is probably just something strange. Right. Just don't get any of your ideas. I mean, it kind of gives you this look, and it's kind of like a warm look. Like he finds it sort of charming, but he's also supposed to not encourage you, because he does have, police intel, so he's not supposed to encourage you at all. But he also does find it charming. You know what I mean? As he goes through the bag for antiseptic and like gauze. What are we gonna do with you, Ms. Watts? And
I'm fine. I'll be fine. She sort of starts to. She curls up onto the fainting couch a little bit, clutching for the cross. And it's like she's trying to kind of lie down
yeah,
again.
Meredith, probably need to talk to Mr. Greenwich, Albert, and I don't know. You know what's weird? Uh, the boy, Noah, he didn't have his wallet on him. Yeah, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But well, I suppose that's not the weirdest thing about the body. And he sort of goes back to like the antiseptic and the gauze and
Yeah.
the mundanity.
I think, but I think that if you'll permit me some degree of drama,
Please.
I think
Absolutely.
that
All the drama.
as you're doing that, Ed is standing at the doorway,
Hmm.
um, and having just overheard what you said, and he
Hmm.
will and he'll just sort of look down and he'll say, "Yeah, she'll be. Yeah, we can bring her over, uh,
Oh,
and when as soon as we're ready." And he'll just sort of
great.
look at he'll just sort of look at the two of you and says, "Yeah, when you have a second, there's something I should probably tell you." And I think that's where it cuts.
Yeah. 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 Hmm. Hmm. Uh-oh. I'm worried. Am I worried? I am. I'm worried. Hmm. Uh,
For
yeah.
this episode,
Yeah. Yeah. I guess. Doesn't make me feel good, but no, no, it's
remember
fine.
you said,
Makes me feel great. It's
"Yeah, give me a
sure.
moment."
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Sure. Who did that? Yeah. She does it. That is true. That is true.
No, not tonight.
Uh,
She's very dehydrated. She just,
she is
she needs
very
some
dehydrated.
rest. Yeah,
A little bit of exposure is what I'm trying to say. Uh-huh.
yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay. Um, so then that means there are only two locations. Hmm. Hmm. That seems bad. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
Now,
So one of
do
these is
we,
going to be the
wait,
escalated location. So let's see. Hmm. Okay. So I suppose we choose what's going to be our escalated location, right? And one is going to go and be an escalate. So that's, but we don't have the scene in the escalated one, right? That's going to be for later. Is that right? Okay. Okay. All right. So choose one active location, set it aside as an escalated location. Right. Okay. So what'll be our escalated location? Um, uh,
I
mhm.
actually was wondering about that because it
Yeah.
goes to escalation after narrating a scene on this flow
Which we
chart,
just did. Yeah.
which where we set a
So
thing aside. Do we pull tiles for this scene?
I think we don't. I think we do like a. It says these scenes. So this could be a combination of scenes. Could be like a couple of different scenes, right? For each protagonist. Um,
Yeah, I only say it because I'm
mhm.
looking at the flow chart and its
Mm-hmm.
escalation seems to be outside of
Yeah.
the normal thing. I mean, it's its own. According
Yeah.
to the instructions, it's
Yeah.
its own sequence.
Yeah.
Um, but I don't
Narrate play scene at the S
think
location.
you draw tiles for it necessarily.
Yeah, I think we just do it, right? Uh,
I could be wrong.
yeah. Um, and any kind of protagonist has to be uh, inviting risk.
Yes.
Um, so what location do we want to be our escalated location? I think would be the question.
No. I, and it's funny because the obvious choice I'm thinking would be the cemetery, but at the same time, it would might be fun to have something terrible happen at the campsite. So
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I could go in either
Mm-hmm.
direction, really.
Uh, I feel like the campsite makes a lot of sense because it's a place that we would. Uh, I suppose that you could go either way.
Yeah.
Either
We
way.
can have it involved with anybody. It doesn't even necessarily have to be any of our characters, but at the same time, if obviously we want
Mm-hmm.
to
Mm-hmm.
advance things for the characters. Everything gets terrible for
Mm-hmm.
everyone. Uh,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
it's just a
Mm-hmm.
question of what kind of escalation this is. Is this an escalation that we directly witness, or is this that or if not, how does not witnessing it still make it personal? I guess is the only
Mm-hmm.
thing,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm. Um,
And there are ways to do that. It's just how we want to do it.
yeah, yeah. Or raise the stakes, make it personal.
Yeah.
Um, How about do either of you two have preferences for the location that we would like to escalate? The one that we're going to be in. Yeah, so narrator placing at the escalated location that demonstrates the danger of the paranormal and how it's become personal to protagonists. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's see. So let's have our escalated location be the campsite.
Yeah.
Um, okay. So how are we going to present new problems to the main characters, raise the stakes, make the situation more personal? These scenes, which could be plural, right, can involve any character or protagonist, sort of supporting role antagonist, and if a protagonist is involved, they must invite risk through their actions in the scene. Uh, mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. The old abandoned elementary school where tragedy took place, for those who don't know. Who runs the Ultimate Trails campsite? Ultimate Trails?
Yeah, it's. I was looking at him just a moment ago, and it was. Richard Knightley? Yep.
Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Uh, mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. So, I think, um, so I think we could have more than one scene that's set in this location at different times. Um, I I think that the docks could be the next day when he wants to confront Richard about something related to wallets. Um, but then that means that something interesting could happen the night before with Meredith and or Ed. Because we can have more than one thing that happens there at the camp trails at the Ultimate Trails campsite, right? Sort of like to up the supernatural. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Ooh. Okay. I do have a thought, but go ahead. Well, I'm thinking about if we're depending on, and this can be whenever, right? Um,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
is if we are out looking around at some point, it could be that we did it in we did it in the dead of night, unable to sleep, or it could be that we did it when there was more light and we were trying to figure out some connection between the spot where the wallet was and the lake, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, and quick question, I need to look at the map. Let me pull up the map here, because I'm wondering where the camp is in relation to those two spots, basically.
It's the Old Town Road goes up. Yeah, the campsite is up the road from the yellow
Uh,
brick road.
where in book is map? Actually, trying. Wait, did you also give us a
Mm-hmm.
map, or am I
You did.
hallucinating?
No, I can.
Yeah. Well, and that's kind of my point, because of the terrible idea that I have.
I've just dropped the
Is
map.
up the yellow line? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
interesting. Okay. Um,
The woods.
because I was thinking that it doesn't really matter too much, but my thought was that um, we're wandering around in the woods and we come out at the campsite when we should not, is what I am saying. That we are
Mm-hmm.
trying to track a
Mm-hmm.
line, right, from the one place to the other, and it's like, okay, it's got to be using the road somewhere. But we find, and
Mm-hmm.
there should not, by the laws of physics, there should not be a shortcut that gets us immediately to the camp. But we end up there, is what I was thinking. Sort of tying it into the little scenelet that
Mm-hmm.
I plugged at the
Yeah, yeah.
beginning,
Mm-hmm.
um,
Mm-hmm. Where's that
as
eight
as
of
like
clubs?
as a possible thing. I don't know. I don't know. Does that sound like that as legs, or is that?
No, the eight of clubs is the big house. I was trying to find it. I found it. So the big house is actually close to the city, and then there's these two different roads that'll take us up uh, to on one way the inn, the woods, and way up there is the uh, the campsite. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. Um, yeah, I think it makes I think I've got an escalation that'll be personal, that'll be the next day when the doc goes to confront Richard Knightley at the Ultimate Trails campsite. That will make it personal. Yeah, but also we don't all have to be in the same scene because it says scene, so there could be more than one scene at the Ultimate Trail. We could all escalate in different ways, you know?
Yeah.
That would invite risk and be trouble. Oh, nice. I didn't do it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Hello, peoples. Um, because I think I can do like a uh, confront Richard about something or other
Oh yeah.
that would be unwise and invite danger, invite risk. Yeah, that's the regular road, and like that little brown dotted one is the old road.
Yeah.
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah.
Two of hearts. But the question is, do you want to do stuff before the night before in the dark or the day after? Because I think mine would be the day after, the next day. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
To go up. Yeah. So you have no reason to go up to specifically where
The campsite.
the campsite. Well, that's sort of what I was. Yeah. Yeah. That's partially what I was thinking is that we supernaturally end up there, and that might have been part of the thing.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about
Mm-hmm.
a scene that maybe would take place the following morning if you
Mm-hmm.
wanted to
Mm-hmm.
see where I found the wallet. We're going to assume that I told you all about the wallet.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
and if you want to see where I found it, um, the and
Mm-hmm.
then I could conceivably show you the spot
Yeah.
on the old road, and I could show you where I saw um,
Mm-hmm.
Julie wandering around in the woods.
Mm-hmm. And I think it would
And
make
then when
sense that
we
Meredith would want to get that information from Ed because she is a true crime aficionado. That seems like the kind of thing that she would be
yeah,
excited to know about. Yeah.
and then like when we try to go back to the roads, we're at the camp.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Was the thing that I was kind of thinking. Again, if that's too weird or cheesy, we don't
Mm-hmm.
have to. But that's
No.
sort of what I
Mm-hmm.
was thinking.
Mm-hmm. 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 Uh, so do you think that one takes place before or after I go to confront Richard Knightley?
What time of day do you go to confront Richard Knightley?
Probably in the morning, but I wouldn't do it at like at night. You know what I mean?
It
Because
might be happening
obviously.
almost at the same time. Maybe not immediately necessarily, but it's but we'd probably be doing this in the morning unless there was something
Mm-hmm.
else you wanted to be doing in the morning.
Right. Okay, so let's have yours go first then, and then I'll do after.
Do you want to do that?
Oops.
Yeah.
And we can just say that I arrive a little bit like I come later in the morning, and if you guys are like earlier in the morning, then
Yeah.
right, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Which also means that I show up just in case the risk is really like whatever happens to the oil is really, really bad, then I do get to show up afterwards just in case you know, to be helpful. Just in case like whatever the
Yeah.
risk happens is bad, like super bad.
Oh, this is mauled by a dimensional forest creature. Uh, something.
Maybe. Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Investigative. Investigative. Oh yeah. PB, you're not visible on the screen at the moment.
Oh,
Just so you know. Turn yourself back on. Okay.
so I think that we are heading off the sort of. We're kind of standing in that. It comes in on us standing at that spot where Ed was moving the leaves aside in that part of the road, not too terribly far from the big house, and he's just kind of like he's kind of his cynicism is such that he is not. He does not know if this is going to do any good, but you insisted on bringing him on him coming out there, so he's kind of like got a little bit of an attitude about it. But he's like, all right, no, it's just that. So it was here, but then she was wandering around over there, and if you want, I can show you. There's a little there's a smaller trail that goes into the area where she was wandering around, and so she was out sort of here this way, and I think we could probably figure out, if we're looking around now, we could probably figure out what way she was coming from, I guess, if that's gonna do us any good here. Do you really need to know all this? Is this gonna help? No. Also, I don't know. It's like that. So wound up about that kid, whoever that was. It must have been like one of his friends or something that called us yesterday. Was pretending to be him. It had to be someone pretending. But someone's really messing with us. I don't know. I don't know what we're doing. All right. But so he will be sort of leading you out in that direction on the little path, and just sort of pointing out sort of the different directions one can go from here, basically, sort of looking for signs of her passage. Yeah. Yeah, it's about there.
Oh, can I throw a map in there?
Oh, right,
Like
there was a map. I forgot
there
about
was
the
a map, like a hiking map, like just
Yeah.
about where she. Yeah, from the very beginning, from about where she was
Oh, that
found,
map.
and the map,
Oh, yeah.
that map, right? And the map
Yeah.
has got like markings from like a like that a hiker was marking, but then it looks like all the marks are weirdly circular, that like, and then like in a weird spiral, and then there are these like scrawls, and they're like Or walking in circles, 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 circles. Like,
Yeah, thereabouts. What do you got there? You got anything? Really? And he will come up to where you are, and he will look at it for a moment.
and maybe has like an X that says "way out?" question mark. Right, like
Hang on. Wait a minute. Hold on. And he's going to pull the other map out of his pocket that fell out of the wallet.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
Forgot about
mm-hmm.
this. Sort of start looking at the two. And I think as he starts moving the two maps closer together, there's this like sense of vibration, and we can hear like almost whispering.
It's bad. It's bad. Just gonna note that bad. Love it.
What? No, this was in the wallet. This fell out of his wallet. What was that? I was just trying to compare the two because some of the markings on here reminded me of what I'd seen on here. But I don't know if we should. I don't know. There's something going on here. I don't know if we should do this. Yes. Um,
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. Ooh. Okay. DCY. I want candy. Mm. Oof. Uh, Noun, verb, adverb, adjective. Oof, 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 oof. If only you
Dang
had
it.
I was thinking if only you had a B, then you would have bullet. You could make a bullet.
Ooh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It would be spicy. Mm-hmm.
We can replace them with
Mm-hmm.
anything we've got over here, right? Where's that?
Yeah.
Uh, yeah.
So, perhaps we're not building a new word, we're replacing letters in existing words.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. 3. Yes. Mm-hmm.
My
Mm-hmm.
kingdom for an R.
Uh, huh. Uh, no R. Uh,
Yeah. I wanted to change ink to drink,
but it's
but we cannot.
replace. But it's
Yeah.
replace, not add, right?
Yeah. Oh, I see.
You could replace the W with a V and the T with a Y, and that would give you valley.
Mm. And
But then you would
valley
need to
and
replace
yay.
something. Oh, it would be, right? Or because you have one more letter, so it could be Y-E. Right? And then you would need to Y-E-A, Y-E-N, yen. Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Or
Mm-hmm.
yen.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Or yay, you, yet, yen. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So many A's. Ted, I do suspect. Mm-hmm. Well, mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Valley. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, it could
Mm-hmm.
work. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, not here, but that
But
would work.
also, bows are often made of you. It doesn't have to be a tree. It could be something made of you,
Yeah.
right? Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
I mean, they are found in North America. Let me see.
Mm-hmm. That's not bad.
There are yew trees that are planted in Colorado.
Ooh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Normally,
Mm-hmm.
it's deliberate though.
Mm-hmm. 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 Keep the dot, says
Yeah.
Sphinx Rawl.
Remember the daunt. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. 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 Mm-hmm.
Ah.
Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm. Well, to all the whole scene, right? Because it's for the group, yeah. It's for both of y'all, I think, in a bad way. Mm-hmm.
We'll be fine. I'm sure everything's
Mm-hmm.
fine.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. 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 Could we get you to the Ultimate Trails campsite as you draw this card? Right, that like you're like that you get transported there so that we know you're there in some way? Mm. How bad it is? Yes.
You can see in what condition
Mm-hmm.
we arrive.
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
Ah.
Great. Mm-hmm. 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 Clubs. That's a
Yep.
disaster.
That's a problem.
It it says it couldn't have gone worse. The consequences of this failed action will be felt across the rest of the episode. What's what's that was disaster, right? Yeah. No.
That's a problem.
I have a question. I have a question. Could we cut to my scene and then we can come back to yours? Because maybe it'll give you some inspiration. I don't know. Um, so
That,
this is morning, right? And the doctor has driven up to the Ultimate Trails campsite and is uh, goes like in a bit of a like a bit of a like clearly agitated, right? And goes to Richard Knightley's office, like the main office. And of course, there are all these other cabins and other spaces in this area, but this is like the main office where he is. And the doctor bursts in, like barges in. By the way, just so you know that this entire thing right now is inviting risk because it says, when you do something inherently risky, for example, walking alone in the dark woods, right, when there's a known killer, or partaking in a ritual to summon demons, or coming a mountain face. And the particular risk I'm doing is going to confront Richard Knightley without telling anybody where I'm going. Also, I'm going to lay some stuff on the table, which you maybe should not do when you've not told anybody where you're going or who you're talking to. Do you know what I'm saying to you? So anyway, he walks in and he goes, Richard, I've got to talk to you. And like he like, Richard's behind the desk and the doc like, pokes the desk in front of him, right? In that kind of way where you're like, it's a little bit confrontational. So, Richard, and he throws this wallet, this waterlogged wallet on top of the desk. And he says, why is it that I found your wallet on a dead boy's body when he was fished out of the lake? And because Doc had said that his wallet was not found on his body, and it wasn't, but there was a different wallet found on the body. Richard, you said you'd get me into the sailing club. which is why I'm coming to you first and not telling anybody else, including the sheriff, what I have found. But explain to me exactly why your wallet was on that boy's body. Also, I did the autopsy, and it seems like the boy was shot with an arrow from, and I don't know a lot of places that regularly do bow and arrow work, except this place, right? Because it's a camp, right? U-bows, right? So, Richard, do you want to explain this to me? There's got to be some sort of explanation about why this is. Come on, Richard. Talk to me. I don't want to take this to the police if I don't have to. Yet.
Do you want to be Richard, or would you like me to be Richard?
I feel like I should probably draw a card. I feel like I should draw a card.
Oh, what? Draw a card? Oh.
Yeah, I am in the very, very unwisely confronting him with a bunch of evidence that makes him look bad.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm going to just draw this.
Real quick. We'll see it. Oh, look at that.
Also a disaster. Also a disaster. Yeah. So, because I know that you guys are going to be transported to this area in some way, so I kind of wanted to set up my confrontation, with the head of this place, parallel, right? As the waterlogged wallet's on his desk. That's all. Yeah. That's my setup. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. And we can flip back to your screen if you like. I just want to get that right there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like. Hmm.
Meanwhile, smash cut. I'm like, I know there's something going on here at this camp. What have you got hiding on here? What's going on? Talk to me. That's just a little back to you.
I think that what does the camera see, or what does Ed see? What does Ed see? And so there's a moment where it's like.
Can I say that in the valley is where they have to set up the archery,
yeah,
the archery,
sure. And they've we could say that they planted a yew tree in the middle of that somewhere, but
also the bows made of yew.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. That's true. So you have the
people
bows.
Often use yew for bows.
That's right, archery. So it's like we see there's this moment. There's this moment where it's like there's this vibration, I think, and Ed is like turning around. And he's looking, and you can see this. The camera's on his face, and he's becomes wide-eyed for a moment as you see this sort of, as you can hear the it's like, ironically, it's like the sounds become like the crest of a wave for a moment, but then they burst into this crackling sound as you see this pattern of light across Ed's face, and he turns, he puts his hand on your shoulder, he says, "Run!" And you turn, and the camera swings around and shows that there is a flash fire approaching. And I think that as we're sort of trying to, I don't know if you, if you're going to run or not, but I think that the area ahead, as we turn, trying to run in the opposite direction, forms this sort of, the trees form this sort of archway quite suddenly in front of us that, not thinking, we stumble through and find ourselves on the archery course, on the archery range. If you think that, if we're good with that.
At night, the archery range at night, perhaps.
Oh, if we jumped back in time? Is that the, well, no, actually, that. Well, no, I don't know, because I feel like the fire's coming with us. That's the thing. I think the fire's following us. And so it's like, if we want it to, to overlap with your scene, then parts of the camp are going up, and that your scene is interrupted by fire. If you don't want it to interact with your scene, then
well, I was
this
thinking
is something
that
that perhaps happens later. I think. Go ahead.
good old Richard could say, well, if you really want to see what have we been doing here, I can show you, right? As he starts taking me to a bad place. I don't, like
Yeah.
out to.
I was just thinking he was going to have some folks come forward with bows, or he was going to,
Yeah, yeah,
basically
something bad,
some
something
of these young,
bad.
yeah. Oh,
Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, I'm thinking he probably knocks me unconscious, right? He's like, "Let's go this way," and he's gonna hit me in the back of the head with something
yeah.
terrible.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, that works.
yeah, yeah.
Just
I
sort
was
of
like,
stepping
"I've
out,
got
he's sort of
evidence on
showing
you."
Yeah, he's like, "Yeah, let me show you," and you sort of see in these couple of his other his counselors are also stepping forward. They seem to also have bows on them for whatever reason, and he'll just sort of just, and as soon as you
Hey,
turn your back, and I have this idea for no apparent reason that as this whole thing is going on, that there's this intercut with the sound of the back to the log cabin real quick, where this petrol generator starts cranking up louder
yeah,
and louder
yeah,
as we go back and forth, as though
yeah,
it's somehow influencing the path of the fire,
yeah, yeah,
even though
yeah,
there's no direct correlation we can see aside from it's
yeah,
a petrol generator, but
yeah.
a petrol generator, but it's somehow something. For some reason, there's an association, but we don't know what it is yet.
Right.
Because we're like now the bike all on the archery field, dropping and rolling and trying to put ourselves out.
Creepy cultists with bows shooting people. Never mind. It's fine. It's fine. It's. I am
I'm sure it's
unconscious
fine.
right now. I'm sure it's fine. Also, like, is he gonna give me like membership to the sailing club or what?
It's a good question.
Do do you think him knocking me unconscious is an indication that he's not gonna get me into the sailing club? I would, but he's knocked me unconscious. Thanks.
Maybe it's,
You're gonna rescue me, right? Because you're fine.
maybe you have a better chance of getting in if you're unconscious.
Yeah,
That's the whole point. He's trying to help you.
yeah, 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 yeah. Uh, which,
It's a hazing ritual. That's
yeah, that brings us to the commercial break. Yeah. Oh, I feel like there's nothing more disastrous than like the greedy, irritable bad guy knock you in the back of the head and then also being
yeah.
somehow transported through some kind of not good mystical thing into like it's bad is what I'm trying to say. It's the valley of death.
It's not good. It's not good.
Hmm. Hmm. Could have. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, my character's attitude is about his catalyst is ego, so of course he's going to confront Richard unwisely by himself without telling people he's going there because of course, and Richard's going to get him into the sailing club obviously.
Yeah. 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 That's fine.
I know. Oh no. It's really bad. With the sound of music? The hills are on fire with the sound of music. Screaming. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Just a little bit. Yeah. Just a little bit. Yeah.
I, I thought I might be able to rescue you, but I got disaster, so I think you all need to rescue me, is really what it comes down to. Mm-hmm,
It's possible.
mm-hmm.
We are rescuing you with fire
Yes.
because
Chaos?
your captors are about to be distracted by fire.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. We are not.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh, yeah. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Just to avoid the downward spiral.
Although technically these were two separate scenes, so we still could have, you know, yeah, parallel scenes. Yeah, of doom. Look, look, PB, when you pulled the disaster, it's like, oh, if we go parallel scenes, maybe I will get a good thing, and then like I could help you out, right? And it'll be
Yeah.
great. Yeah, yeah. Mm, yeah, yeah. And we didn't get one of them.
Hey. Thank you so much. That was delightful.
Oh,
Let me go ahead and say my various things before I provide the feedback. Uh, no, this was glorious. I am OtherDoc on Twitch and Twitter. I am a writer, streamer, and game designer. You can find me at OtherDoc or twitch.tv/OtherDoc. You can also find my card game that I recently came out with, 1 Year Hence, at oneyearhence.com. That is a Descended from the Queen game that is inspired by the story of the Green Knight. So if you're into those two things, or either one of those two things, feel free to check that out and look into a story building game. Um, and I am going to be on Thursdays. I am this Thursday and future Thursdays. I am over on High Shelf Collective, playing in their campaign of His Majesty the Worm, and so I'm having a good deal of fun with that. And then there's more stuff, a little bit more stuff coming up, beginning of November. But I'll talk about that a little bit next week. But aside from that, this was glorious. Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm so glad we got to burn something uh, toward the
a
end.
lot of things, not a little
Yes,
things, but many things.
many things,
Acres.
many things. And I think now that we're starting to get into a rhythm of sort of how this works, that we'll at least hopefully be able to knock out the rest of the episode next time.
Oh, I
But
think so.
I really enjoyed this. I love both of these characters, um, and just they're ready made with ways to get into trouble. I think all of these characters are ready made with ways to get into trouble, and so that has
Yeah.
been very helpful.
Yep.
I think, as we are all, I think, content. We are all, as players, I think, content to go spiraling into disaster,
Hmm.
because and by sheer coincidence, that also is what happened, and it was glorious. Thank you very much for this. Thank you both of you for letting me play this with you, um,
Oh,
and
oh.
that's me.
Hey, I'm Trooper SJP, and I am going to give my love first to Other Doc for some very, very creepy descriptions that I loved very much. So good, so creepy. I want to give love to PB for having a true crime interested, like I want to find out what you're all doing, nosy neighbor, which I love very much. But especially I want to give PB love for all of the tech that she did to bring this together. Everything looks amazing. How phenomenal. What great work. Like I'm still so impressed by this. And that's my two loves. And then you can I'm Trooper SAP. You can find me, what is today? Today is Tuesday. You can find me in terms of RPGs Friday at 8 p no 7 p.m. Eastern on my channel Trooper SJP. You will find me there for episode 4 of the Gamblers, our Traveler Pirates of Dryanex campaign. They're going to be doing a cat and mouse situation where they're going to try to find something before pirates can find them. And then you can also find me on Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern over on my channel, Laugh Love co-streaming, and my channel, Laugh Love Lindy's channel, High Shelf Collective, and also Wandering DM for the 4th session of our first cycle of role play reflect, where we're going to sit and talk about how playing the Expanse went and how it was, like how the challenges worked, what the archetypes were like. We're going to kind of do a good review analysis of what we did, so that'll be really, really fun. And then most importantly, I think next Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern, you can find me right here, where we're going to get to Act 2, where our problems escalate as if they haven't already, and then get even worse. And then we're gonna end it. And I'm so excited. I cannot handle it. I cannot handle it. I cannot handle it. So that's what I wanted to say. I can't handle it. Hmm. Ha. Ooh. It doesn't sound good. It sounds disturbing.
Wow.
Hmm. 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 Thank you. Do other things. Go somewhere else. I just want you to know that I'm still thinking about the meat circus, and I just need you to know that I love you more than ever for the meat circus. Like the meat circus has only made me love you even more. That's what I wanted to tell you.